Ja, und hier den HD1. Beide Türen offen. Und ja, genau, hier geht die Treppe hoch. Achtung, es wird hier so und da. Ramon, okay. So, das ist unser Making-of. Azubi. Hey.
Jetzt hast du eigentlich nichts zu sagen.
Macht nichts. Ist alles gut. Ja, nein, ich hätte auch nicht gerne. Weißt du? Ich glaube, der Greg ist schon lange so weit, oder nicht? Was meinst du, Greg? Kann ich oder möchtest du noch etwas von mir? Okay. Also ich sag mal was, jetzt sage ich mal was, okay. Jetzt zweiter Test. Hier ist die Ausfahrt. Jetzt gehen wir da nochmal HD1 gucken. Okay, jetzt gehen wir rein in die Halle, wo die Rennen stattfinden. Und Ursula, Ursi, ja. Dazu. Und hier sind schon die Vorbereitungen im Gange. So. Ja, der Gimbal ist nicht so einfach zu bedienen, wie man es meint. Er hat ist so nicht so symmetrisch angeordnet, aber man muss ihn so schräg halten, aber es ist trotzdem macht keine schlechten Bilder eigentlich. Das ist sehr smooth, glaube ich, mehr oder weniger. Und so. Da müssen dann die Piloten mit den Armprothesen verschieden schwere Flaschen in den Harras reinfüllen und dann hier draufstellen. Wenn sie das dann erledigt haben, gibt es hier einen Tisch mit Utensilien, also eine Kreditkarte zum Beispiel. Ja, jetzt.
Moula! Comment ça va?
Et toi, ça va bien?
Ouais, la forme. Écoute, je suis très content de te voir. T'es la personne qui va driver un peu cette partie. Dis-nous, comment ça va se passer?
Ça va être chaud, hein. Ils ont préparé les sets.
Ah. Wir schmeißen in Mute. Test. Genau.
Das müssen wir jetzt.
Genau. Das wird schon mal einer gesehen, oder?
Ja.
Gut. Also das muss sauber sein, der Ton, oder? Auch. Und das Bild muss sauber sein. Das ist quasi mit Line-Up gemeint. Funktioniert die so? Dann tut er auch da jetzt 2 Pünktchen so und bekommt er die Bandbreite an. So, bei mir könnte man jetzt noch umstellen, wenn ihr noch Zeit habt, auf 1080. Aber 27p 50 ist schon mal gut. Wenn es 30 ist, müssen wir noch mal müssen wir umstellen.
Und das, ich kann das nicht von mir aus pushen, das müssen Sie auf Ihrem Handy
das
haben.
müssen Sie machen.
Gut, super, ja.
Leider.
Alles gut.
Okay, dann am Schluss müsste ein Zoom-Rechner parat sein. Am Schluss vom Track von diesen 2 Hindernissen.
Jawohl.
Sind die dort in dem korrekten Meeting? Da müssen wir noch alle die Meetingnummern aufschreiben.
Gut, gerne, ja.
Und haben Sie unseren Restream den gepinnt? Oder? Da müssen ja nicht gerade die ganze Kachel, sondern Sie wollen ja dann uns sehen.
Ja.
Der Restream ist quasi das da.
Nein, der Restream ist das, was im Zoom innen ist.
Genau, das, was er schickt.
Was der Hans schickt.
Genau.
Dann müssen Sie einfach pinnen.
Genau.
Also Sie sollen unseren Restream pinnen. Dass Sie uns sehen. Genau.
Ja, Video, Audio, ja, das ist, ich weiß nicht, ob wir es wirklich so heute testen können, aber da müssen wir noch,
Ja, Test. Ja.
das müssen wir mit dem VMix dann lösen. Ja.
Ja, klar.
Okay, dann ist das die Geschichte mit dem 3 Sekunden davon. Und am besten tun wir bei einem Wechsel von einer Sekunde schnell freezen. Und dann haben wir hier die Echtzeit von hier und auf dem Screen die Echtzeit von Bandung zum Beispiel. Und dann müsst ihr gleich abrechnen, meistens ist es um 2 Sekunden rum. Und das müsst ihr dann bei diesem Heat eintragen. Also sprich, wenn ich jetzt hier Arm for You in den USA, oder, habe ich hier 2 Sekunden 2 Frames Delay. Und dann muss ich das da einmal auf den Server pushen. Dann das Grafik wieder synchron ist.
Nicht der Timecode nach Fingerle.
Nein, du
Nur
musst,
so.
du musst einfach die beiden ausrechnen und hier reinschreiben.
Easy. Aber Frame-genau.
Möglichst.
Wir probieren es jetzt mal. Also, das ist es ist alles müsste um 2 Sekunden, weil das System hat 2 Sekunden Delay. Wenn jetzt das irgendwie 5 Sekunden wäre oder 20, dann könnte man schreien, dann kann etwas nicht stimmen. Dann ist irgendetwas mit der NTP irgendetwas nicht gut. Aber es müsste eigentlich zwischen 2 Sekunden bis 8 Frames, das sind so die verschiedenen Latenzen, die wir haben jetzt im Test. Das ist auch alles. Dann kommt 5 Minuten vor dem Heat kommt dann der Caller in den Raum und sagt, hey, sind wir bereit? Und du sagst, jawohl, ist okay. Dann sollen sie hier auf dieser TView-App Record drücken.
Ja, das ist unser Backup, gell?
Das ist das Backup. Genau, das speichert aufs Handy drauf.
Genau.
Da müssen dann die Piloten mit den Armprothesen verschieden schwere Flaschen in den Harras reinfüllen und dann hier draufstellen. Wenn sie das dann erledigt haben, gibt es hier einen Tisch mit Utensilien, also eine Kreditkarte.
1, 2, 3. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Hello, Stefan. Can you hear me now? Greg in audio seems to... Okie dokie. Yep. I can't help you there, my friend. Oh, that's that. Yep. Adrian? Adrian, do you hear? I hear you. Yeah, Adrian doesn't have a Reggie option. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Oh, oh, that was a classic. So, yeah, if you so in the it is Adrian for different discipline. So no need to put Adrian on the deck. Okay, Greg, it's Adrian for the first rehearsal this morning. Reggie is the director, should you feel?
And I touched a hold to talk to him.
Yeah.
Okay. Audio is the audio team.
Yeah, or Stefan. Greg, or Stefan. Stefan or director, rather than just the gallery. Merci. F.
Yes, I hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Sure.
Say again, Greg. So, Greg, a very good morning to the CYBATHLON Challenges, a new competition format on the road to CYBATHLON 2024. What is it all about? It's to give the teams and their pilots the opportunity to test their devices, to showcase their developments, and to gauge their performance against the other teams. The competition format of the CYBATHLON Challenges is very compact and straight. And then we'll also get some pretty exciting action where we've got a superb performance from Ex-Opera. It's the Swedish team that have taken top position, and their pilot, Tony Forsberg, has repeated his brilliant performances from a year ago in the CYBATHLON Challenges of 2022. Adrian, your thoughts on this first race of the day, the arm prostheses race. There are 7 teams. We'll be going as far away as Italy, Indonesia, even to China. But it's the technology that's really got us excited.
Yes, so I'm very excited today for the 2 challenges we have. Should I introduce them or no? I shouldn't introduce them, but
just getting his level. So
yeah, he's just getting his level.
Talk about your breakfast if you like. Greg doesn't mind.
So we have 2 very exciting challenges for the teams, for the 7 teams today. We have the clean sweep task and the carry bottles task. And the clean sweep task is going to challenge really that fine, dexterous motor skills that we want the devices to be capable of in situations of everyday life. So they're going to have... Cool.
Thank you, Greg. Greg, the only thing we just need to check is we've got a little bit of atmos, a little bit of sound of once we get into the rehearsal itself. Okie doke.
That's
good for me, thank you. And the only other thing the only other thing to test, Greg, is when we are then getting the levels correct, when we're receiving some of the home hub. So basically we're going to China, we're going to Indonesia, and we're also heading to France as well. Thank you, Greg, that's perfect.
Now it's perfect.
Great, Greg, thank you. Okay, so Smart Arm France.
什么名字？名字还是这个名字？这个是可以扔一点。哦，不是。可以的，那就几个香蕉，每次你们拿出来吃掉就好。还有3个。看一下。 事，没他就没他，之前就没他。
没关系，没有就没有吧，反正这边能收你们能收到消息就行，暂时先。
我只收人家俄 C 斯的消息。
哎，你这边能有的，
有画面了，
稍微有点滞后，你看。
还好，之后正常，感觉也就之后几秒。
挺好的。
可以2-3秒，有就好，那我就不退了。
然后还有一个那个什么，哎，等一下，学姐，这个设置的地方，等一下。
We should ride that quite low because I think the problem often is, and it happened last year, is that the home hubs, as we call them, they don't really understand what international sound for commentary is, so they tend to get very loud and talk really excitedly. And yeah, we're doing English language, so let's keep the excited Chinese down a little bit. Perfect. Yeah. That's perfect. Thank you, Greg. Do we have a... And what's a little tricky is that we're going to start in Italy, so yeah.
Yeah.
And is Adam's hand from the Bion IT
team
is it as exciting as it sounds?
Oh yes, I think it's the only prosthetic device featured in this challenges that actually has an IP67 waterproof rating, so it can handle being
under the water,
fully submerged up to 1 meter for short periods
and still
of time.
work.
And still work. They can still open and close, make different grasps, and use the hand underwater.
Wow.
Which I think is something exciting, because really the next step is to really take these prosthetic devices and put them in real situations, and
not have to take them off.
And not have to take them off when you want to go swim, or when you want to clean the dishes. Like, if you think about that, it's a major challenge not to, especially given all the complicated and sensitive electronics and sensors that these devices have.
Yeah.
Water is a big enemy. Water, humidity, any sort of moisture.
And visually, does it look like it's got a big rubber glove over it, or does it look aesthetically as smart as the others?
It's very anthropometric. So it has fingers, it has an opposable thumb that can be switched to 3 different positions and provide a multitude of different grasping patterns.
Yeah.
And they offer the prosthetic in different types of skins, so you can get covers depending on what if you want a particular skin tone or if you want a particular color for the hand.
Exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. Very exciting.
Yeah.
It's one of also the, we see many different devices, some coming from industry and some coming from directly from the research lab. But this is one of the devices that they've also sought to recreate a more true human hand like visage.
Fantastic.
Right? Yeah.
Fantastic. Exciting.
So this is really a hand that has a potential to really emulate a human hand.
Yes.
Right?
And how do I say this word?
Anthropomorphic.
Anthropomorphic.
Yeah. So meaning human, like
Anthropomorphic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Something not anthropomorphic would be, having like a
claw.
A claw gripper, right? Yeah.
Chinese place the hub? Suzhou or
Suzhou.
Suzhou. Because I have the speaker on my phone. Actually, he's doing the reports, you know.
Yeah, of course.
It's Suzhou.
Suzhou.
Well, actually, I check here.
Adrian, help. Suzhou.
Right.
Suzhou.
Yeah, Suzhou, but Suzhou. You can also say I think Suzhou is also fine. Yeah, it's more like Suzhou. Yeah.
Suzhou, that doesn't sound right. Is that Google pronounce? Yeah.
Suzhou.
And that's English?
Suzhou, yeah.
See how they say it in Chinese? Just below there.
Suzhou, China.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the Suzhou.
That's what you said earlier, Suzhou.
Yeah.
Suzhou, China.
Suzhou, yeah.
Suzhou.
Suzhou, yeah, yeah.
I'll go with that if you're happy with that.
Yeah.
Suzhou.
Suzhou.
Suzhou. Suzhou. We were right. Well done, Adrian.
Suzhou.
I went to the Beijing Winter Olympics not too long ago, 2022.
Yeah.
And I said to the head of press, the Chinese consulate, this is so educated. I said, so I hear different news channels pronouncing Beijing and the name of the ski run differently. And he said, yeah, you know, there are 16 different ways to pronounce Beijing.
Yeah.
And he said, and if you're from here and here and here and here, so you have to decide which one you want to go with.
Yeah, and then stick with it and be
and
consistent.
You don't get offended because there are so many different dialects, pronunciations within the country itself that they're not really.
You know, I'm initially from Canada, and I grew up speaking English, and I was always traveling between North American English-speaking cities, and only after moving to. It was really embarrassing, but only after moving to Switzerland and then experiencing Europe a bit more, I realized that like different cities have different names in other languages.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Florence, Firenze, Venice, Venezia.
Naples, Napoli.
Yeah. And it goes on and on and on. And I feel like this was like, like all of a sudden I realized, wow, the world doesn't revolve around English, you know?
And I work a lot.
I work
a lot for a TV channel called Eurosport, and so it's available in 27 different countries.
Mhm.
And there is this huge debate on how much you should hyphenate or hyphenic people's pronunciations.
Uh-huh.
So do you go Atlas Skårdal or do you go Atlas Skårdal?
Uh-huh.
And how much Swedish do you put into a Swedish name? How much is Jean-Baptiste Grange or Jean-Baptiste Grange?
Yeah.
And
how you pronounce.
And how you go, and then of course how far you take it.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you get the guy from the north of Norway who lives near to the Arctic Circle who says it completely different all over again because he's got a little bit of Eskimo in there.
Yeah.
So it's something that's long debated at the company that I work with. I always say if you do a good commentary, they don't really mind about the rest.
I mean, the audio is super important because, you know, wherever you look, you're still hearing what's coming out of the speakers, right? And people will, even if they have it up on a screen, they'll turn off to the side. They'll be eating their pizza or watching their stove or something, but they're always listening. And that's the thread that's holding everything together a bit, right? It's
no, very much so. That's why radio is still as popular as ever.
Yeah.
It really is. You know, you'd think that all of these amazing, like we're working here, some of the highest content technology provisions available or platforms available, but people still want it to hear and feel, and then that what they hear gives them the feeling, and then that feeling
gives them the emotion too. Yeah. It's actually really funny. I realized this in different ways, like the importance of what the audio track gives as well, because there are some. Also, for example, there are some shows that I grew up watching.
Yeah.
Like one of them was the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
And I recently rewatched it without the soundtrack, without the laugh track specifically, like the audience laugh track, and then I realized, wow, but this isn't as funny as it was growing up when there isn't an audience laughing on cue. You know. These jokes aren't super funny, you know. A lot of them they were falling flat, and then I realized, wow, I didn't get like how much those cues were also guiding how I experienced the show, you know. Because we're sheep, honestly, you know. Like we kind of follow the most confident person or whatever's there, and then if someone else is laughing, I'm like, oh. That's funny. It must be funny, you know.
So true. And the producers know that. They play it very cleverly.
Yeah.
You know, they really do.
Apa harus pakai laptop aku? Nggak boleh. Udah nggak apa-apa sama ini.
relate. la mini italiana se mi devi dire qualcosa.
No, dico il tempo.
With the athletes together. Exactly, so you can go right there and show him. Great, perfect.
Ok. 5 seconds and press rec, correct?
Yes, you can press it already.
10.
Did you press it?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Stai tranquillo. Ma sta girando il polso. Non lo puoi rifare? No? Lo puoi rifare? Oggi?
Oke. Oke. 90 seconds. Oke.
Ya, 1 menit lagi mulai ya. Di luar stage. Nah, nanti ya wasitnya nanti petunjuknya. Fokus ke atas. Ini nggak apa-apa lagi kan?
Can I start the recording now?
Enggak di recording enggak.
Suruh record.
Oh ya udah.
Can I start the recording now?
Sorry.
Oh, disuruh.
You still muting, Ana?
Kak, boleh.
Yes.
Wait a second. No. Error internetnya katanya. Does the questions still bad? Not amazing.
Tengah ya. Hati-hati ya.
Yes.
Yang ringan dulu.
Okay.
Ya, careful. Sip. Ya.
Yes, I am recording.
Ya, kasih ruang untuk yang beratnya. Nah, ini fokus, yang naik. Awas jangan nabrak. Kakak videonya matiin dong.
Kartu dulu yang mudah, kartu dulu yang mudah.
Luar langsung. Jalan aja. Lari. Latihan. Santai aja. Besok itu bener lagi.
Sih waktu kalau bilang
Oke.
Kecil sih.
Is rest one. Does the connection? The pilot is finished.
Gimana itu mau coba dulu ya, kita besok bisa. Dia
Oke.
Seperti ini ya, seperti huruf.
Oke. Jadi pakai
fish, I think you have to move on this side. Okay. Referee is ready and horror is ready as well. Filming team. Okay, ready. Yes. Already opened up.
We are going to, let's have a test here. Should we have a test here? Is that E-opera or? Johnny Forsberg.
Start. Start countdown. Start countdown. 30.
So here we have the countdown for the ex-opera team. The pilot on screen is Tony Forsberg. Team lead Max Ortiz Catalan. These guys were 4th in the Challenges of 2022 on their road to CYBATHLON for 2024. Let's again go back to Adrian. Adrian, yet another very unique device, actually implanting electrodes in the body this sometimes. That sounds a little bit scary, but is actually proving to be a really successful prosthesis.
This technique of osseointegration started around the 1960s, so it's been around for a while. There is an implant in the bone of his stump, and as well there are sensors implanted underneath the skin that measure the intention of his arm and the intention of his motions.
Now it's clearly got some power because he's taken all the bottles in the crate at once. He's taken the heaviest first.
And look at that. He's got it pinched just around the top, and he's able to keep it together.
Some serious power there being shown and displaced, and making a task that we could all imagine being needed and used every day.
Yeah.
And what Tony's doing very skillfully here is making sure of the grip, keeping that bottle of water on the table, otherwise he'll pick up the red flag.
Yep.
And no score at all.
The bottle has to be upright by the end of the task too. So.
Showing that he's got the dexterity, the movement, small errors creeping into the performance, but he's got the skill, the speed, and the confidence with the prosthesis to actually make the adjustment necessary.
Yes, to even grab it at the side and lift it forward. Ooh, a close call, but the bottles are still on the table. All he has to do is pick them up and leave them standing and continue on. And he's got one.
Task fail. He cannot cross the. Okay. You have to be in the. We cannot cross the line apparently.
Oh, I have to do that.
Can we finish the task just for practice?
Yes, of course, practice.
Now he picked up a red flag there, but he's allowed to finish the task for practice. And I'm not quite sure what that red flag was for.
Once the pilot crosses the first 2 feet of the table and is manipulating the bottles, he cannot cross back while he's touching and holding the bottles.
So, and you can see that there's a red on the screen, on the on-screen graphic.
Yes. And then a second task fail because a competition object touched the floor. So in that case, it was the marble.
And
this is a tricky one.
This is why dress rehearsals are so important for athletes for all levels. Tony must have practiced this a million times before, but add the pressure of the TV cameras, the lights, the judges, and of course our live feed. He's going to finish it off, of course, and use this as a valid practice session, but it is an incredibly difficult challenge with so many different factors that can go wrong in the performance.
Yes, and the objects in the box for this clean sweep task all start inside, and the pilots have to successfully flip it over and get the objects out. Some choose to pick them out from the box, and others will flip it over, and this is a particularly risky thing to do with the marble, as we just saw.
Yeah, the marble gave many of some of the most accomplished pilots a real headache in Challenges 2022. This is also proving to be a little difficult for some, but you can see, same.
Again, the same problem.
Yeah.
And this is actually why, compared to the challenges in 2022, we purposefully put the Lego block on its side, because we knew that this would be harder to actually grasp it and press it sideways instead of pressing it down.
Again, the whole purpose is to see how this could be played out in everyday circumstances, possibly in the kitchen, possibly anywhere, and it really is a great challenge. It's what it's all about, to get these incredibly talented teams to continue to develop the technology. The grip on that prosthesis for Forsberg struggles again with the marble.
That would also be a task fail because he touched the marble with his non-prosthetic hand. But he gets it, yeah.
So,
good job.
Forsberg gets 2 red flags. That would have been 2 disqualifications if this were game day. It would have been a nightmare for the Swede, but it's not. It's a dress rehearsal.
This is a dress rehearsal, so anything goes. Tony breathes a sigh of relief.
Yeah, and I have to say, a little bit surprised, because Tony was so calm and cool a year ago in CYBATHLON Challenges 2022. But
it really shows you how much pressure these athletes are under.
It is a completely different environment when the TV cameras are there, the commentators are there, and of course all of the camera ops.
Now we switch over to Pfreundschuh.
Yes, we're into China, Pfreundschuh now, which is another fantastic program. And Team CYBAT from the Shushu Institute of Biomedical Engineering and Technology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Now, our pilot is Min Zhu, team lead is Zhu He Michael, and Jinhao Li. This is their first time competing here. You can see that there's 1 or 2 nervous faces down there. But again, let's go to the expert here. Adrian, give us a little bit of info on this particular prosthesis from China.
So this is a very interesting prosthesis because they couple the body-powered motion for the gripper that we actually saw with Carla Bionics, but the wrist is controlled by a sensor on her left hand that detects how much her hand is open and closed, and that controls the rotation of the wrist. So we're going to see a combination here of sensor-based control, but also postural body-based control of this prosthesis.
This is fascinating. 30 seconds on the clock, counting, waiting to go. This is live from China. And actually, Stefan, it's Adrian that is absolutely brilliant.
This is also another special team because Min Zhu is the mother of one of the lead engineers, Xu Hui, of the team. So there's a personal connection here as well, which makes it very special.
I think what's really nice about the story that you've just touched on there is that they're young, they're passionate, and they really have started, or they're showing us again, maybe is a better way of putting it, yet another type of prosthesis in research and development. This sort of hybrid control is something that we've never seen before. And let's put it to the test. Still waiting for that 30-second countdown on the clock that you can see in the left of your screens. But look at these pictures from China. Absolutely brilliant. Clear. And just waiting for that official countdown to begin.
The sensor that's being used on the left hand to control the rotation of the wrist is a relative. So you can see there that I'm pointing now the white. The white box sitting on her wrist, so not quite
a big watch.
Yes, it looks like a very big smartwatch, but what it actually is a wireless control box that will communicate postural information about her wrist back to the main controller sitting on the right arm of the device. And they have a very interesting sensor, a flex sensor, which is a soft, flexible membrane, and its deformation can be used to tell how much the wrist has been moved or bent, right?
So in effect, layman's terms, bear with me, Adrian, the good hand is used to make the prosthetic hand more efficient, effective, or is just the sensor communicating to it electronically?
It's a signal. It's a signal. So we're translating motion of the healthy, unaffected hand into motion of the prosthesis, right? So she can use the function and ability of that hand in order to control the prosthesis.
It's fantastic technology.
As interesting as it is, it also touches on a roadblock, I think, in the development of technologies, which is how much do you have to rely on other parts of your body to control the prosthesis, right? One of the advantages of the fully myoelectric prosthesis is that you use that co-contraction of the muscles in the affected limb to control the prosthesis. But here, as interesting as it is, it also takes up the left hand, right? And requires concerted use of it to control the prosthesis, right? So this might make bimanual tasks a bit more difficult.
Well, we're about to find out, because here we are, 15 seconds on the clock and counting down. I'm absolutely delighted to have Team CYBATH here from China. Apologies for the slight delay and wait. Here we go with 4 seconds on the clock and counting down. Now, of course, we start with the carrying of the bottles. 4 bottles, 4 different weights need to be lifted, put into the crate. Now, you can take 2 by 2 or 3 or all 4 at once. Choice is yours, but the weight differences are quite substantial. And I have to say that
this so far
hand works very
smoothly. Very smoothly. She was able to pick up each one and drop it in quickly. She's already across the table line and moving them back onto the table now. Very confident, very quick, fast motions. She's clearly well practiced.
Now, normally, Adrian, I'd be focused just 100% on the prosthetic arm itself, but I'm trying to see what she's doing with the other arm now to make it work, because this is good. Oh, there's the first little error, but she saw it coming, and ironically, it's on the lightest of all the bottles. She's correcting it.
And maybe that we can see also the second hand a little bit.
Now, here we really do put this prosthetic arm to the test.
She is opting not to flip the box over and grab the objects directly out.
Like that. Yeah, perfect.
That is good work.
Well done.
Now she flips. She doesn't want to gamble with the marble.
Yeah. She saw what happened to the previous participant, exactly.
Marble can often run away with you. Now she flips them out, takes the credit card. Again, I like the precision, I like the tempo here, but also confident performance.
Yeah, very confident, very meaningful motions here. Yep. Everything is well practiced, and
can you go?
And she really does believe that prosthetic arm can compete with these tasks. Now, the Lego brick seems to have been the trickiest of them all so far. You know, you've designed it, Adrian. Let's see if the Lego brick is the one problem.
She gets a good overhand grip on it.
You can just go a little bit closer once more to the details when she's putting in it.
Wow, and this is the first Lego block where she hasn't had to brace the side of the table.
Now, smart arm from the University of Paris will be watching this, and they may well be in trouble.
2 minutes. 2 minutes total task time. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Impressive time, impressive performance, but most importantly, Adrian, we were questioning whether that I don't want to call it gadget, that piece of electronics on the other arm, which hopefully we'll get some better close-up pictures of when we go live tomorrow, is working effectively, efficiently. That's going to take some beating.
Yeah, it will. Yeah.
So CYBATH go top of the table with 2 very clean, fast and slick performances with a different technology as well, which makes it even more fascinating. But it is great to see. First time competing, the Chinese team going to the top of the table. Very good work indeed. We go back to Zurich Well, actually, if we're on the running order, we'll be heading back to Carla Bionics in Indonesia, in their home hub, then E-Opera, X-Opera here in Zurich, with the Bion IT lab in Italy, last of all.
This, I think, is not the correct order, because I thought we should be following this order here, but we've also been jumping around.
Yeah, not to worry. So I believe this is E-Opera. On screen, the pilot, Magnus Nischke, the second of the Swedish teams. And most importantly, runners-up. So there's a little bit of extra pressure if you're coming here with some good form. You're on the podium, you've beaten the best in the world, and we know that it's all about showcasing these prosthetic arms, but when there's a race to be won, there's a race to be won. And these guys really want to show their best here, and Magnus Nischke is a real competitor, but perhaps most importantly, Adrian, one of the most experienced, and one of the most experienced with this implant in the arm, which is the key technology for the E-Opera and X-Opera teams.
Yes, exactly. So we feature here with Magnus the same osseointegrated base of the prosthesis, but now with a more lifelike hand, right? So the control is the same, the types of sensors they use are the same, there are still these implanted electrodes, but now we have an anthropomorphic hand, right, which also has, you know, an opposable thumb, a wrist that can be changed in pronation and supination. This is going to be a fun one because it's not only Magnus against all the other competitors, but it is Magnus against his partner in competition, Tony. So we'll see.
He's just saying, Stefan is just saying that don't worry about the graphics.
Yeah.
So what I'm finding fascinating is that these different prosthetic technologies that you're describing, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now I have a question for you here, Adrian. You can see the device going into what looks like the bone of
the stump.
The stump, and to the non-professional eye, it looks a little painful. It's something that you get used to. There is no pain. Give me a little more detail, because it looks quite, not scary, but it doesn't look like it's an easy prosthetic arm to have fitted, I think I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so I will fact check myself about whatever I say just now, but the surgery involved in osseointegration is quite complex, and there are potential risks, but after the procedure has been performed and the implant is in, there's actually no direct nervous sensation on the bone, right? So it's not like this loose implant in your arm, as it jiggles, it's causing sharp, pain to course through the body.
That's good to hear. Now let's look at Magnus Nischke here, because
he gets all four together. That was a quick run. That was very fast.
Now he's a competitor in CYBATHLON 2016, 2020. Very disappointed with his performance here last year. He's made it quite clear that he's come to make amends and here for a big result.
Very quick start. I think one of the fastest ones so far with the bottles. No mistakes so far.
And as you were describing earlier, Adrian, it really does look like a human hand.
Yep, and you can see he's got the ability to open and close the grip with the opposable thumb.
There's a classic example
quick change,
description of that quick change of the grip to make sure that he can pick up the marble and put the marble into position, then return to the table. Remember, he's still got another 3 components to go. This is good. This is fast.
This is quick.
You can clearly see that this is an experienced CYBATHLON competitor.
He's practiced these tacks.
But look how efficiently the prosthetic arm is working with the athlete.
Yes. It's clear he's working with it. He's also saving the most tricky one for last, this Lego block. Here he's got the key.
Another quick adjustment to the grip position on the prosthetic arm. Now, we haven't seen anybody do this in one hit yet.
He's trying to get it on its side.
Which again is the delicacy and the attention to detail that is required.
Yeah. He gets it. Bracing himself. And well done. Yes.
Under 2 minutes.
1:58. Under 2 minutes.
Perfect score. 10 for the carrying of the bottles, then 10 for the clean sweep, and an under 2 minutes time. That is quite exceptional for Magnus Nischke. And that puts him
3 seconds behind Pfreundschuh, and we did not see
0.33 off the pace of arm to you, with CYBATH second. And that graphic, ignore, we're told.
Yes.
It's still developing, but that's what we'll see in the ranking. I'll get... Well, I think it's best that if I take the rankings, and then off the back of the rankings, I'll throw a question to you.
Yeah.
Because
maybe about...
I'll say something like 3 very different prosthetic arms there.
Yeah.
But this is what we're here to do. Test them for their speed.
Their robustness, their speed, their strength of grip, their ability to quickly change and adapt to different demands.
And of course, visually, it looks very appealing.
Yeah, that's one very important element when it comes to the design of these devices, is how well they'll be accepted by their users, right? The reality is not everyone wants to be an Iron Man. Not everyone wants to look like a cyborg when they're out on the streets. And with prosthetics like these, they can be very well, let's say, disguised and integrated with everyday clothing.
Yeah. And of course, as we're testing here at CYBATHLON, it's got the pace, it's got the speed, it's got the grips, it's got the flexibility, the adaptability to work in everyday life.
Yep. And it has the looks too.
So we move on. Brilliant performance from Magnus Nischke there for the E-Opera team, competing here in Zurich, but of course originally out of Gotland in Sweden, going to 3rd position in our made-up graphic on the screen. Hopefully you're happy with that, Stefan. One, yeah, the defending champions. Do you want to go a little bit more, Adrian, or are you happy? Keep going.
I'm good. We can do Christopher.
Yeah. Then let's move on to the Sorbonne University. They're known as Smart Arm. And these are, of course, our defending champions. The pilot is Christopher Houchet, and the team lead, Nathaniel Jarasset, from the Sorbonne University in Paris. Now, these guys are looking to not only prepare for 2024, but also to defend the title that they won in CYBATHLON Challenges last year. First up, of course, Adrian, tell us a little bit about the arm of Smart Arm, because it was pretty impressive this time last year.
Yes, the arm that we're going to see piloted by Christophe Houchet is unique in that it also actuates the elbow joint. So the pilot here, Christophe, has an above the elbow amputation, and he's able both to control all simultaneously the opening and closing of the hand, the rotation of the wrist, and also the flexion of his elbow, which is a lot.
Yes. Now, so what we're seeing here is it's all being controlled by one mode, but what makes this most watchable, most exciting, is that it's been proven in a competition format as a key part to its research and development. And let's wait for that 30-second countdown. And they are in Paris.
There is.
Here we go. I recognize Christoph.
It's okay. Can you move a little bit away from the screen? So you just. Okay, all be done. Okay. It's okay, like that. Okay. Should I record now? Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect.
Christoph is a sports coach and a previous competitive swimmer. You can tell he's got his game face on.
Yeah.
This is one serious pilot who is very, very focused on the competition.
Now we're counting down to the start here. 15 seconds on the clock.
Thank you.
This looks really bionic. This looks really futuristic. Just give us a few little bit of a detail of the key areas as we close up on the prosthetic arm.
Yeah, so you can see here there's an elbow motor right below the orange. He's bringing the box a little closer. And again, he's able to very easily, just with a tiny little pinch grip, lift that entire bottle.
And that's the heaviest of the four.
Yes, that's the heaviest of the four. So with no problems. One thing that's also special about the gripper and the manipulator is they actually use some sticky pads on the surfaces of the fingers.
Now all of the weight in the crate lifted
on the finger, easily carried over.
And now reassemble the 4 bottles on the table. Now let's, again, you can clearly see how the prosthetic arm is above the elbow as well as below.
Yeah, so it's attached to the upper arm, but there's a degree of freedom at the elbow, at the wrist, and at the gripper, at the hand. Now for this task, we don't see too much pronation and supination of the wrist. He's actually able to perform it all relatively in the same pose. That's also taking advantage of the fact that he can move up and down with his legs, right? So it doesn't require too much flexing of the elbow.
Yet, because we've still got the next part of the challenge.
But now he finishes quickly. He's going to exit. That is one successfully completed task. And now we're going to see a little more active pronation of the wrist here.
Well, 10 points on the scoreboard. The graphic stays green. A red tells us that there has been there's the target time, 1:56 of Kyle Briggs in Spain. So he's the right side of the clock at the moment, in control here. Remember, these guys are the big favourites to repeat their victory of a year ago. Starts with the marble first. Absolute precision on the grip.
Yes.
Timing of that grip is also a key part.
And the release too, to make sure the marble stays where it's supposed to be. Ooh, and almost knocked the Lego piece off there. And this has been Christoph's strategy in all previous challenges. He likes to get all of the pieces ready at the side of the table and then put them in place one by one. This allows him to run back and forth very quickly without having to readjust every time he comes back to the table.
Now, this is interesting. Many of the previous competitors have left the Lego brick till last, but here we see Christoph. He wants this one out of the way. This has been one of the trickiest tests. And
he gets it on. Yep.
Quick, good speed as well. Back to the table, 2 pieces to go. Credit card and key. Credit card needs to be slotted in like you would slot in
there.
A normal credit card, and the key as well needs to go into the lock as if he was opening a door, for example.
Oh,
and he's picked up a red flag here. I'm not sure whether that's the graphics, but we will keep.
So far, I think he's been performing this task fine. He grabs the credit card.
It's just a test.
Yeah. Great.
Good work from the defending champions. Yes, Christoph Huet gets 2 green lights by our account. And Smart Arm definitely here for a repeat performance of their winning performance at CYBATHLON a year ago. You got to give me a chance to hit back. Remember, try not to talk over. Ping, pong, ping, pong. But brilliant.
So, can you hear us? Yeah, we were a bit lost in the train about the. Yes, he is. But is it fine with the task it stayed? Because like Christophe should I stop the record? Ran out before finishing and then went back. It's still good for the rehearsal. Can you hear me? No, that's a team manager question. Oh, okay.
우리가 포기할 수
CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
CYBATHLON macht glücklich. 우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어 줍니다.
Ihr tretet mit und gegeneinander.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? CYBATHLON competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. CYBATHLON is all of that. Today's CYBATHLON Challenge is the second competition on the road to CYBATHLON 2024. Teams can use every challenge to prepare for CYBATHLON 2024 in the best possible way, step by step. The first CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the arm prosthesis race. Teams will have to complete the following 2 tasks both correctly and as quickly as possible. During the Carry Bottles Challenge, pilots have to place drinking bottles holding varying amounts of liquids into a soda crate. They then carry the crate to a table where they remove the bottles from the crate and place them on the table. The challenge is successfully completed as soon as all bottles are on the table and the competitor has crossed the finish line. In the Clean Sweep Challenge, pilots will find 4 different everyday objects in a box. They have to remove the items and position them on predefined spots on the table. The challenge is completed as soon as all items are in the correct position and the competitor has crossed the finish line. Pilots must use their prostheses to grab all blue items. Each pilot will have 2 attempts in 2 rounds. The better attempt will count. The rule for both challenges is that no object must fall to the ground. Competitors score 10 points for each correctly completed challenge. Whoever scores the most points and clocks the fastest time wins the race.
Did you press it?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
still to come.
The phone. Is there any reason I should?
Okay.
Pilot ready? Yes, okay. Pilot ready. Guys ready. Referees, scorer all ready? Scorer, start the countdown. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
You can turn it yourself. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, good. Grab the armor. Yeah, seems to be good. If you feel it's not approaching properly, keep on go arm default, yes. You can look at it.
Okay, go.
Okay. And now we can drive to the end.
You have to place the apple then.
Ah, you have to place the apple, right. Sorry. Turn the robots, maybe. Rotate right. A bit more. A bit more. Yeah, this would. Place it. Try to click on the, yeah, this would. Sorry. Go on default. And you can go up. You can go up. Yeah, drive the robot outside, rotate right, and then keep going forward.
What? Show me start. Vier, drei, zwei, eins. Put the after side. Okay, go.
The next is next.
Okay, so I've started recording again. But yeah, so I don't know what happened there. Did you? It just I didn't touch anything. It just froze. Yeah. Okay. Just before we dropped the cylinder, they were recording. It stopped. So
this is still streaming. It says everything is fine.
I've started.
Ooh.
Yes. So you can see it's set at the start again from 30 seconds. It just froze.
Okay.
On Matthias, it was like stuck in the frame.
Okay. Maybe we can try that later again or now again to record for the same time.
Yeah. So what could have? So I didn't touch any button or I didn't touch the phone. So what could that? Could it just be that the phone was like overloaded or?
Focus on the robot arm, and then if you have the chance to go over her shoulder so you see the screen where she touches how she controls the robot arm, and also never miss the robot arm what it is doing. All that way around. And then you also can, so the start 30 seconds to go. You can also go down and have like, not not now, but just like to get like nice shots, okay?
Okay, go.
Also das ist mega gut.
Kann der Judge quasi im Shot die rote Fahne?
Ja, kann man sagen, dass sie nicht schauen. Also wir jetzt wie schauen, dass wenn man so close ist, oder? Müssen wir irgendwie schauen, dass wir den Referee auch noch irgendwie drauf haben. Oder da muss er wirklich haben, wo der Task fehlt. Genau, muss er noch.
Sie wusste auch nicht, wo es fehlt war. So wahrscheinlich, ja.
So, weil sie das Möbel verschoben hat. Ja. Sie ist da angekommen und das Möbel hat sich verschoben, das war der Fehler. Genau. Aber sonst fand ich es war sehr, sehr gut. Sorry, wenn ich an die Reise muss, das sind so viele Leute, das ist ziemlich doof.
Vielleicht musst du mir was sagen, dass sie vielleicht hinten oder ein bisschen mehr achten müssen, wo wir sind.
Ja, morgen sind die eh weg. Also morgen wird hier abgesperrt, dann sind nur wir auf dem Feld. Jetzt ist noch ein ganzer Team läuft hier mit. Das ist ein bisschen anstrengend. Deshalb habe ich dich einfach ein bisschen geschützt. Und weil du natürlich nicht weißt, wie es genau abläuft, habe ich dich ein bisschen geschützt.
Und so, dass ich mich wirklich nur auf die Aufnahmen konzentrieren kann. Genau. Weil sonst, wenn ich schauen muss, gibt es hier was, gibt es...
Ja, genau. Genau, also das müsst ihr echt, ich laufe mit euch mit, damit ihr nicht darauf achten müsst, stolper ich jetzt oder irgendwie stoppe euch, wenn etwas wäre.
Ja.
Was noch gut wäre, ist, dass man wie bei ihm einmal die Remotes gut sieht, wie das gesteuert wird. So.
Ich glaube, es hat sich jetzt hier einfach nicht so gut ergeben, weil es halt ein anderer Device ist, oder weil halt alles so...
Und auch die Cherries anders.
Ja, genau. Ja. Cherries different und auch der...
Aber einfach mal, das muss mal gesehen werden.
Ja, genau.
Vor allem am Anfang, wenn sie lange hat. Aber sie ist ja viel schneller, wenn sie den Parkour schafft.
Sie ist viel schneller als der andere mit seinem Tierchen da.
Genau, das ist ein bisschen genauer. Ja, das ist ein bisschen feinfühliger, oder? Ja.
Okay. Ich bin auch am Probieren.
Soll ich mir was für dich?
Es war, also morgen, es gibt dann eine
Abschlag.
Ja, genau. Wo ihr dann dort
Bist
sein
du
muss.
hinten oder vorne?
Vorne. Aber ich werde,
Nicht so viel Platz, oder?
ich werde sicher achten, dass ich nicht genau in der Mitte bin und irgendwas.
Nein, aber es ist ziemlich...
Ja.
Okay, jetzt gehen wir wahrscheinlich dort über.
That was really good. Really, really good.
Was denn Tobias mein Assistent ist und ich Kamera einsehen. Spaß. Also ich würde das gerne machen, aber dann.
Ja, aber ihr könnt euch einfach abwechseln. Das ist doch super, oder? Also ich meine, bei ARM gibt es ja mehrere Races. Gibt es 3 Races, könnt ihr euch abwechseln. Nachher gibt es... Also du kannst vielleicht auch mal schnell mitschreiben.
Danke.
Also das mit den 2 Objekten, also mit dem Rollstuhl und dem Hund ist schwierig. Aber darum die Verbindung zeigen, wenn jemand auch den Hund fahren und ihn reinhaben.
Dann fall immer wieder wie vorher in den Ring da, dass man möglichst beides sieht.
Also das ist nicht immer gut, aber einfach das ist dort sehr entscheidend. Oder? Cool ist ja, wenn du merkst, wenn es geht. Also wenn er in Schwierigkeiten dann ist es wahrscheinlich spannender, wenn man ihn ein bisschen sieht. Oder? Und dann, wenn er den Rücken wirklich kriegt, ist wieder
Präzision. So, genau. Und die will das auch mit dem Roland. Das ist nicht drin. Und sonst ist es nur weg. Genau. Ja, das ist noch ein Waterkabel ist. Ja klar, aber könnte die Entscheidung kommen. Das ist gut gewesen, aber einfach, dass die anderen gesehen haben, das ist klar. Kamera 1 ist immer quasi die Kamera in Charge und zum Laufen. Also bei uns sagt es, wir sind live.
Und jetzt alle fürs Interview.
Du musst hier nur einführen, damit es nur geht. Und nachher hier einen und hier zwei. Und jetzt oben abgreifen, wenn du nachher zwei beide. Und dann da wieder nur eins. Und dann wieder sind die Stufen so dünn. Ich finde es mega schwierig.
Das müssen Sie hier machen, einfach drüber.
Jeden mitnehmen, oder jeden. So. Im Leg, oder?
Nein.
Doch? Da hat es die extra, damit man es schön sieht, wenn man das berührt.
You could say what we should do. Be ready. You could tell us what we do.
Willst du was zu trinken? Willst du was trinken?
Hab ich schon. Danke. Sometimes they turn it off themselves. Okay. Then they're like, you aren't live.
Claudia, could you please repeat? Okay, Claudia, what do you want to do? You need someone from BBM at the race room? Okay, so Mark, could you please switch? Christoph, dann hat er Schnabel hängen.
Riener bleibt Mikrofon.
Der Christoph.
Christoph, du kannst uns
Es ist am Morgen, es ist schon, das ist ja okay, aber das ist ein Schätzchen. Yes, she's here. Well, the time is over here.
I'm already whatever.
So time, dark line?
Yeah.
Right, pilot line. Pilot.
The screen isn't. Wenn Sie dann eine Beinprothese haben, ist es besser, wenn
Also ich glaube, nachher gehen wir dann so.
Jetzt mit dem Kranken.
This one? This? This one? Okay. So actually it should be Elena's camera. It says fly. Should we move cameras? Okay, switch cameras. It's this one. Okay. Do you have the one?
Was ist passiert? Habe nicht verstanden.
Das ist ein drittes Lamm. Du musst den Blau berühren.
Aber da fällt man so zurück. Also man hat wenig Zeit mit dem. Ja, ja.
Alles immer das Blaues muss man berühren mit der Prothese. Und mit Klebestreifen könnte man auch noch wegmachen.
Können wir aufladen?
Ja, wir haben
Also, kommt das noch raus?
Und sie es auch, oder was?
So.
Sie es auch?
Was?
Also.
Ja, nein, lass es. Ja, genau. Jetzt muss überall sauberer Ton sein, das müssen wir schnell checken.
Er ist aber nicht drin, das wird schon. Das ist richtig.
Okay, und wie geht's B und C?
Sind alle überall drauf?
Da fuckt der Ton ab. Das tönt sehr so
Genau, aber ich sehe nach Performance aus.
Ich habe immer noch eine Woche gewohnt. Vorher ist mal Musik gelaufen, das war gut gewesen, aber alles, was wir sagen...
Ja, das ist, geht an. Wir sind gerade am...
Ja, weil ich habe gehört, etwas sagen, jetzt über Musik.
Nein, das war eine Frage.
Aha.
Mit einer hoffnungsvollen Feststellung. Ja, was eben cool ist, wenn du den External ausschaltest, haben wir noch etwas.
Aber das sollte nicht sein.
Das sollte nicht sein, ja.
Genau, wir haben das hier.
Ja.
Blackmagic.
Lautsprecher.
Ah, in diesem Fall ist es. Der External Output, sage ich. Wir tun ja nichts via SDI rausspielen, ist das richtig?
Doch, alles via SDI.
Von da? Nein, aber wir spielen. Ah, da.
Nur SDI und nichts anderes.
SDI. Schicken wir hier das hier und hier den External Scroll. Output Audio ist. Audio Channel ist Master. Also wenn ich External ausschalte, ich tue jetzt External schnell ausschalten bei dem, beim Eis.
Und jetzt siehst du auf dem Arm, hast du immer noch Pegel.
Nein, dann doch, du machst es ja. Ich habe ja den Feed drauf.
Die Frage ist, was wechselt
Ja.
Bla 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 bla. Dann tue ich das da, den ich aktiviert habe.
Ja, und Lautsprecher.
Das ist aber mein 4. Das ist, wenn ich das deaktiviere, dann habe ich keinen Sound mehr drauf.
Jetzt ist es weg. Und jetzt, wenn man den extern anmacht. Jetzt ist gut. Jetzt nochmal hören?
Ja, es ist gut.
Nein, weißt, wir sind immer noch dran.
Es ist jetzt perfekt.
Greg, wie ist es jetzt? 1, 2, 3, Test, Test, Test. Danke vielmals.
It was.
CYBATHLON demonstrates is there are no boundaries. When you watch this event, you start to believe that is possible.
Good. Yeah, I'm ready. Really good. We seem to be so much more ahead than we were at this point last year.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah. It seems to be much more. I think we're okay.
Thomas says it's okay.
I think they're okay. Adrian, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I think he's happy with everything that he got. But I think they're trying to hook up somebody who's going to do something via Zoom. Is their next challenge. That's why they're gobbled up. I think. He's... Yeah. Okay. Okay. What he's saying is that we are short for somebody for the vision assistance race.
We don't have a commentator for vision?
No, at the moment, not here. If you're still here and free. Ah, okay.
But they'll have someone tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, got it. So yeah, if you in a couple of minutes they'll know whether the vision assistance guy is here or not, and if not, would you mind standing in?
Yeah,
just for
as a drop-in,
as for the sound check, yeah. But if they should know in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'll just swing by then.
Thank you.
Tell me if you need me.
Thank you. Thank you, Adrian.
Tomorrow,
And tomorrow we're first up, huh?
Yes, yes. So same deal, starting at 11.
Yeah. Live TV. Yeehaw. It'll be good. Looking forward to it.
Super.
If you think of anything in the night.
Yeah, actually, I had a discussion with a friend over the weekend, and it just occurred to me. I think it might be interesting when you introduce me.
Yep.
Rather than emphasizing the title and the qualification, emphasizing actually the impact and the passion that I have. So we just had a conversation about it, and it kind of struck me that rather than when you call me in masters in robotics and control systems, it puts me a bit on a pedestal. But I think it would be nice if the focus was...
But what I have to do is quantify why you're the expert.
Okay, so you need to show like why...
Yeah, because Dr. Jones says, well, hang on a minute, I could be telling you about prosthetic arms. And there's a lot of people that... So I have to quantify what makes you the expert analyst, but we can add to this in who you are.
Yeah, like I was just thinking, or part of the focus is on maybe mention something about, my excitement to push forward the development of assistive technology.
I can build that into the commentary.
Yeah, for sure.
All of that we can build in, but everything from a hockey match to a soccer match. And joining us in the commentary box is the Liverpool Football Club goalkeeper coach, Hansi Leitart. Hansi, it's great to have you here. Now, we're going to talk about goalkeepers. We're going to talk, and they go, oh, yeah, I understand why they've got him. But otherwise, if we don't sort of quantify why you've been given this label as the expert analyst, but I can talk about your desires, your passion, and all of those kind of things, whilst we're
qualifying myself somehow.
Talking through the race, you know, this is something that is very close to your heart here. It's not just about the big fancy Italian, you know, So we can
work that in somehow.
We can talk that in, so so people come away saying, yeah, he's a very highly qualified guy, but he's a bloody good guy, that Adrian Esser, and he really clearly is part of the development. And so that's the kind of thing, you know, we've got, and we can say it in the commentary. There's an awful lot of people here with a lot of letters after their names, but there's actually more passion than letters out there right now. These are people who genuinely care. Which one is Florian on? Hello. Audio, I don't have Florian. He's on. So yeah, all of those things that you want to get in that are more human and that are more how you feel rather than what the experts say. I think it just makes it more real.
Yeah, no, it's good. I've just tried to be like I try to think about this also when I give presentations and talks now.
Yeah.
When I stand in front of an audience and I say, I'm Adrian Esser, a doctoral candidate at, ETH Zurich, I immediately kind of put myself above everyone else. And I say, why are you here listening to me? Because I'm a doctoral student, because I'm a researcher. Whereas I'm trying to shift it more to like, why are you here talking to me? It's because I'm excited about doing this. I love my work. I'm passionate about finding solutions for people with mobility.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't want to put myself on a pedestal.
No, absolutely. The problem that we have in television is that they expect, you've either got to be a celebrity or a super expert, and you have to give that label, which is a bit of a pedestal, I admit, but it's what people have grown used to from a television perspective.
No, because that's also how you differentiate yourself.
Yeah, so who's this hockey guy from any other hockey player? And we all know how to play hockey. We all know the rules. But he's actually won the Stanley Cup 5 times. Then maybe he knows a little bit more than I do. And then all of a sudden you get that instant attention rather than...
Of course.
Here's Adrian, and he's absolutely all about helping people with disability issues. And he's... Well, yeah, but we all care. Okay, but then this gentleman has not only got every qualification under the sun, but he's also very human and personal about it. Is he there?
Yes.
Florian, I can now talk to you.
Christian.
Christian?
My name's Christian, hi. Yes.
Sorry, Christian, my apologies.
No worries.
Christian, not Florian, sorry. Which one were you meaning here? Fire away. Christian?
Yes, my name is Christian Bermes. I coached the enhanced team until 2020. And I have the honor
Florian,
to be co-commentator
no, we're getting confused
today.
here. So, Florian, are you putting through the Zoom call, are you? Okay. I was also trying to get a button so I could speak to the producer as well.
Okay. But we will do with the...
So
you need a button that you can talk with the Christian?
And
or with this...
Christian, can you hear me now?
I hear you well.
Perfectly, Christian, and I hear you. Florian, do you hear me now? Flo, can you hear me now? So this is the Zoom call, IT.
Yes, what is the button? Do you hear me as well, Nick?
Okay, I understand. No off-air talkback on Zoom. Okay, thank you, Greg. Well, I don't understand what you mean, Greg, by get it back. Sorry. Yes.
I hear you well. Hello.
Ah, okay. So therefore, our rehearsal right now...
Certainly.
So when Christian is replying, is there a picture of Christian anywhere? No? On that Zoom call? No. So Christian, you can hear me now. I'm getting a bit confused. Or can Christian hear me directly?
Audio settings. Yes, I got it.
Okay.
Okay.
So Christian, I can hear you now.
Audio profile.
Okay. Thank you. No worries. Florian, can you hear me? No.
Nick, do you hear me?
Yes, and do you hear me?
Yes. Now we have a conversation.
Now we're in the ballpark. Okay.
Wow, cool.
Flo, can you help me? Is Christian doing just wheelchair or just wheelchair? Dankeschön.
Do you got a running from Florina for wheelchair?
A running order? Yes, I have it here.
So if you go through the special thing about it is that we start with you with the com shortly hello and introducing of your guest, and then where we are like we did last time at the ETH main building. We have a drone shot of that, and then back to you, going further to the map where we have all the teams from the special discipline, in that case from wheelchair, coming back to you, and then we start with the competitional, actually with a team presentation. The team presentation, as you will see, starts always with the map. There you don't have to see it. You can just announce the team presentation. And then after this minute, team presentation, it's your turn with the first attempt.
Perfect, Flo. I don't have that running order. Can somebody print one off and get it to me when there's a spare moment? Thank you, mate. Okay.
Special at the wheelchair race is that after commercial break, we coming back and making a short interview first with Pfreundschuh, the pilot of the Swiss team. And later on, we make a short interview with Roland with the topic how they designed the whole parkour, what was the intention. So I organized your running.
Perfect.
WHL, and the other one is the next one. Yes. This is one. This is the first competition, and the other one is the second.
Okay. Is it possible to get them on just one sheet, not double-sided?
For tomorrow?
Yeah, and an A3 for tomorrow, not now. For
A3 I have to check, but not double-sided I can do for you.
okay, single-sided would be great.
Yes.
So, Flo, these... So, Flo, this is obviously in tomorrow's schedule. We've already done arm. We've already done. This is just for today, or this is our. I have a schedule that says we do arm at 11, Rob at 12:25, leg at 2. Is this a different running order?
No, this is wheelchair you have now. It's at 3 o'clock wheelchair.
Yep, got it. Okay.
It's the fourth race, and we're doing this time today as we want to do it tomorrow.
That's a check. Got it.
If you have a look of the first of the second team, Mobility Enhanced, there we have the normal flow, like they tried it, and we have some slow motion, and then maybe we want to take some special shot out of it and have some slow motion from the whole first attempt, which we want to discuss together. There's an opportunity. If we don't have anything, then we go further and go to the commercial break, about 2 minutes breath, and then we're doing this interview with Pfreundschuh first, and later on bring a slow motion to change the guest, and then we make a short interview with Roland Sigrist. And the special thing at the second attempt is that we don't bring the portraits anymore, we just bring the map where they are, in which hub they start, and then we go to the action. These maps are at 125 and 129, and at the very end we show the reactions of the winner team and go later on to a winner interview as we did it last year, and we could say thank you at the very end and bring the picks of the day and the teaser for the next race. That is our habit normally in each discipline.
Mm-hmm. And Flo, are we still going to work with Christian here as well? How do I know if Christian is there, or do we take it wild?
I tell you when he's there. We should have connected to him.
CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
CYBATHLON macht glücklich.
우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어줍니다.
Wir treten mit und gegeneinander an.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? CYBATHLON competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. CYBATHLON is all of that. Today's CYBATHLON Challenge is the second competition on the road to CYBATHLON 2024. Teams can use every challenge to prepare for CYBATHLON 2024 in the best possible way, step by step. The next CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the wheelchair race. Teams will have to complete the following 2 tasks both correctly and as quickly as possible. In the doorstep challenge, pilots in wheelchairs have to negotiate a high doorstep. The task is completed once they cross the finish line without having to use the floor on either side of the obstacle to do so. The crowd challenge is a dynamic task. Pilots in wheelchairs navigate a course leading them between 2 tables and past 4 moving robots. The task is completed as soon as they cross the finish line without having touched the robots themselves or with their wheelchair. Competitors have 2 attempts in 2 heats. The better attempt will count. Competitors score 10 points for each correctly completed task. Whoever wins most points and clocks the fastest time wins the race.
Hello and welcome to CYBATHLON 2023 Challenges, part of the road to CYBATHLON for 2024. We've had a brilliant morning's action. We're now getting into the wheelchair racing with what promises to be some fantastic competition in a very difficult track. Now, joining myself in the commentary box will be our expert analyst, Christian Bermes. Christian, it's great to see you once again. Just a couple of quick points from you. What are you looking for? What are the key skills? And what are the key technical assets that our competitors will need in this race today?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Absolutely thrilled to be here today. I think we have a ton of new disciplines, a ton of new obstacles to negotiate. And this will be a challenge not only for the engineering teams, but mostly for the pilots. And what I'm expecting to see is a close collaboration between the pilots and the teams in the development phase. And then, of course, the pilots have to take it out on the track and decide the race.
And, of course, the whole competition format for particularly the wheelchair has been evolving, been developing. Quite simply, it gets tougher and tougher every year. And this year's 2023 CYBATHLON Challenge promises to be, perhaps, fair to say, Christian, the most difficult we have seen yet.
Absolutely. I could not agree more. I think CYBATHLON 2020 was sort of an intermediate step where we saw an evolution of the obstacles. For 2024, we still have sort of the same names for the obstacles, but there's such an amount of uncertainty now. Within the obstacles, the teams do not really know what they can expect from the obstacles, and they need to be, especially the pilots, need to be ready for tasks they do not know beforehand. And I think that makes it very, very exciting for us to watch.
It promises to be a spectacular wheelchair competition. And as Christian and both I agree, the most difficult to date. Now let's take a quick update of where we are for CYBATHLON Challenges 2023. Of course, we are in Zurich, Switzerland at the Zurich ETH Zurich University. Some fabulous views from the drone shot, and I think also what makes this quite special is that we're only a year away from our third major CYBATHLON of 2024, just over a year, with October the key month for our next major event. Now, the number of nations is most impressive for these challenges, and these challenges give our teams an opportunity to show us, to test a competition environment. They learn so much. 8 teams will start in this competition throughout the day, and 8 teams from across the globe. We'll go from Switzerland, we will be in Italy and Paris, but we'll also head to China, Indonesia and the United States of America. Now, for the wheelchair races, we have 2 teams in the competition. We have both Germany, or the main hub will be in Aachen in Germany for the Autach team, and then Robility Enhanced will be the Swiss team here, based at our ETH hub here in Zurich. So let's have a quick look at the lineup of the 2 teams for the men's wheelchair race here today. And these are the pictures from Zurich.
And their pilot Florian Ernst will compete in Zurich.
And then we'll be going away to Aachen in Germany for the hub of the Autach team. So we are ready to start with Robility Enhanced here. No interview of Ralf Schock? So, Christian,
yes.
Hopefully you can still hear me. We're still connected, which is great news. Let's just talk a little bit about Ralf Schock, the pilot here. Experience, first place 2016, 2019, perhaps one of the most experienced pilots out there. Tell us a little bit more of the role of the pilot. Is it all about the technology, or is the pilot key to success here today?
Yeah, it's good that we are in a simulation today, because in fact, Ralf Schock was the exoskeleton pilot in 2020, so he did not have any CYBATHLON experience in 2016 and 2019. But he is probably the most versatile CYBATHLON pilot, because he has been working in 2 machines now, which is the exoskeleton in 2020, and now last year and this year in the challenge, the robotic wheelchair. I had the honor to work also with Ralf while I was still active with the team, and he's an absolute technical geek. He loves to work with technology also professionally. He works as an engineer for trucks, for heavy trucks, and so he knows a lot about technology, and I think this is what really counts also as a CYBATHLON pilot.
So here we go. Watch this clock very carefully. So, Ralf Schock here, Christian, showing his experience.
Yes. Yeah, but what's interesting, as far as I could read from the material, the obstacle, especially the height of the obstacle, is not known beforehand. So getting over the obstacle is really sort of a something that he doesn't know before, if he can manage that task. Now, the wheelchair that he has to do this is made for this kind of obstacle, so I don't see a huge problem in the first one. In the second one, though, where you need to keep an overview, where you need to be very, very maneuverable, this could be a bit more challenging for him.
And that is complete with a perfect score of 20 points. The graphics on the screen to the right, if it's all green, then all of the challenges have been completed. Here's the replay of some skillful work. I like the way Ralf takes his time in the early part of the challenge, but then the competitive nature comes out of Schock here, and he really sprints for that line to get not only a 20-point perfect point score, but also the best possible time to put the pressure on the other team.
Exactly. I think what we can see here is that he has done a lot of training in beforehand, which allows him to stay cool in the situation where he needs to wait for the obstacles to move out of his way before he can proceed. So excellently done. Congratulations from my side.
So I believe that we are now looking at the presentation of the second team, Rability Enhanced. It looks like the first team that we've just seen, Christian, our apologies, was the Autak German team. Florian Ernst, the pilot there. Don't worry, it's a rehearsal and the graphics. We're now with Rability Enhanced from the Eastern Switzerland University of Applied Sciences. As we were discussing before, their main pilot is Rolf Schock, very experienced across the whole of the CYBATHLON disciplines, a multiple discipline performer, as Christian was explaining to us before.
Sent by the Eastern Switzerland University of Applied Sciences in Rapperswil will compete in Zurich. They can rely on their very experienced and successful pilot, Rolf Schock. The team uses a modular approach. Each module of the wheelchair is developed by students as part of their bachelor's or master's degree in mechanical engineering. The result is a four-wheel drive wheelchair with lowerable endless rubber chains for stairs and a robotic arm to open and close doors.
Sorry, so what camera is being shown right now? This one, number 2. Okay, then we need to switch real quick because Tobias is doing...
So making yet another appearance in CYBATHLON is Rolf Schock, who, as we heard earlier, an exoskeleton pilot for the Varileg Enhanced team in CYBATHLON 2020. A slight delay to the start here, but Rolf will be experienced, used to that. Now,
he is absolutely keeping his cool. Sorry.
Christian, go ahead.
He's absolutely keeping his cool. Just watching the team promo video where you could see his face during training, he was cold as an ice cube, just chewing on his chewing gum while going over the most spectacular and difficult obstacles. So I'm expecting some fireworks here.
That's great words. And of course, the end game here, Christian, is to actually improve the day-to-day life of normal people out there who have to live day in, day out with a disability. But it's tried and tested in this competition format. And Rolf Schock is one of those performers that is bitten by the bug of the competition side, as well as playing his part in the research and development.
Absolutely. I think this is something that many CYBATHLON pilots have in common, that they look back on a professional sports career. Also Rolf Schock does. He was in motorbiking before he had an accident. And these guys just have the competitive blood.
Well, the German team Autak have set the early pace here. Florian Ernst was absolutely thrilled to have picked up 2 green scores and the maximum 20 points with an impressive time as well. This delay will be testing not only Rolf Schock, but the whole of the team. The leader is Silva Rona, and this former HSR Enhanced team from the University of Applied Sciences in Eastern Switzerland just need to keep their calm here. Christian, you know so many of these key players well.
For this team, it's nothing new. They are so experienced at CYBATHLON. They were with the competition since its beginnings, started as absolute rookies, were sort of nicknamed the Jamaican Bob team when they entered in 2016. And they have been there ever since, and they got cooler and cooler and remained the nice guys in the field. So absolutely approachable, absolutely cool. Lots of mingling with the other teams during the events. Unfortunately, 2020 was the COVID-19 edition where all the teams had to stay in separate places. But I'm just looking forward to what we get to see here in 2024 when the teams are again in the same spot.
And Christian, whilst we've got a bit of time on the delay here, you have been a part of this amazing competition, this amazing development of assistive technologies. How do you see the growth from that original 2016 as we head into 2024, our third major edition? Because some of the things that I've seen in our rehearsals here over the past 24 hours are amazing. Some of the robotic assistive devices that have been created. It's great fun, it's a bit of sport, but it has a massive important role to play in the background.
Absolutely. What I think is it is absolute sport. It's like Olympic sports for the pilots. And I think that's what brings the spirit in, that the teams are so competitive, and this competition actually brings out the technology that is useful in everyday lives. Just look at the startup companies that evolved from CYBATHLON. Just look at the degree of difficulty in the obstacles, how it grew from 2016 to now 2023. Just as an example, in 2016 we thought that the stairs are the absolute king obstacle and are more or less not negotiable. And then after 2016, all the finalist teams actually made those stairs. So CYBATHLON had to come up with some new ideas, and compared to 2016, we now really have a revolution in the obstacles. They are so difficult. And I think that's, at the end of the day, thanks to the teams and thanks to Riener, who had this inspiring idea.
And quite simply, thanks to CYBATHLON, daily life for many can possibly be changed. We're seeing some new technologies in research and development, but they're not too far away from becoming a massive change in people's daily lives.
Yes, agree. I mean, just one example is Skivo from Winter Tour, actually, who became a startup right after CYBATHLON 2016. And they are now in the market with their wheelchairs, and their wheelchairs, which are, I would say that the development was sparked by CYBATHLON, is now coming to everyday lives of people with disabilities. So what a great story. And there are many more like this.
And it feels like there are many more to come. Great words, Christian. Right, let's get racing. We've got a 30-second wait on the clock, but it looks like we are good to go. We're waiting for the green light. And here we go. This is Rolf Schock for Robility Enhanced. Rolf is one of the big pre-race favourites due to his experience in CYBATHLON, if nothing else. He's watching the clock, as are his team. First part of the challenge is called Doorstep, and then we move on to the sidewalk challenge. That's not right, is it? No, it's the crowd challenge. My apologies. Here we go with Rolf Schock. It's a good start. Control. That passion is there as always. Now,
what we see is passion and control. And that's exactly what I expected. They need full scores on the obstacles because points are the first and foremost category. Time is secondary. And now we see how cool Rolf is on this really difficult obstacle.
Now there is the target. A 20-point score and 0.39. Rolf Schock is a little off the pace of the German Autak team, and it's 0.47. It's the perfect score. 20 points, 2 green lights for Rolf Schock.
Yes.
But Robility Enhanced are just off the pace and have to settle for second position. Autak take top spot and Robility Enhanced second. Christian, there's so much focus on the task ahead here, but the clock just going against the Swiss team.
Oh, well, I would not overestimate the clock at this point. There are 10 obstacles in total to challenge next year. We've seen 2 out of those 10, so a lot can happen. And as said before, points are the more important category. So the team that scores perfectly, as long as they stay within the 8-minute time limit, they will be somewhere in the medalist ranks for sure.
And of course, this is all part of a chance for the teams to prepare, almost like the ultimate dress rehearsal for the big one in October next year, Christian.
Yes, I agree. That's why it's good for the teams to show what they have right now, to test and also get the experience with the competition. But we've only seen 1/5 of the full competition course, and there will be such exciting obstacles to come. I can't wait for CYBATHLON 2024.
And that is the perfect time for us to take a quick break, but please don't go too far away. We'll be back with more CYBATHLON Challenges after this break.
CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with disabilities and their teams. Are you working on developing the most helpful assistive technology? Become a competitor and sign up for CYBATHLON 2024.
Eigentlich war es ganz ein normaler Tag.
Bis ich mit extrem viel Schwung
die schwarze Piste runtergefahren bin.
Ja, einfach die Kontrolle verloren.
Dann hat es getatscht und um mich herum ist alles schwarz geworden.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen. Jetzt Mitglied werden.
Welcome back to CYBATHLON Challenges 2023. We're halfway through our wheelchair race and we've got a big surprise on our hands already. Very excited. I'm delighted to have Christian join us in the commentary box. And Christian, we didn't expect the Germans to be ahead. We've got another round of wheelchair racing to go. We're going to hear from Rolf Schock in a short while. But before we go to Rolf, your sum up on that first of the two runs.
I think it was super interesting to see what the teams did on the second obstacle, which I personally found the more difficult ones of those two. And clearly, both teams had a strategy to overcome this obstacle. And the pilots really did a lot of training work in order to stay cool, especially between those two tables. And that seemed to be crucial for success.
Well, before we get back into the action, let's hear from the heart and soul of CYBATHLON and hear from Roland Sigrist. Roland, quick question for you. We continue to develop, we continue to grow, we continue to believe. Your thoughts on CYBATHLON Challenges 2023 as that very important stepping stone to the big one next October? So I'm going. Well, our apologies for the audio issues there. We'll hear from Roland later on. We're preparing now for the second leg of the wheelchair race. Quite a surprise on our hands with Autak, the German team based in Aachen, getting a time advantage over the big pre-race favourites, Robility Enhanced. Christian, tactical game plan now from your side of the equation for the Ralf Schock and his team, because we didn't expect them to be around about 10 seconds off the pace of our German leaders. What would your advice be to Robility going into the second round?
That's a very good question. Of course, I cannot look into Silvia Rohner's head now, but I do not know who is going first in the second round, if it's the Germans or if it's Robility Enhanced. If Autak goes first, then I would definitely wait and see how they perform point-wise before I make a decision. Because if they do not score perfectly, then you can even go with an easy run, just as long as you score perfectly, and you will win the whole competition. Now, if Robility Enhanced has to go first, then I think they have to go full gas now and just take the full risk. And of course, I do hope that Robility Enhanced goes first and doesn't leave any zweifel that they are the better team.
Well, it's
any doubt.
Thank you, Christian. It promises to be a fascinating finale to this wheelchair race. I believe Robility Enhanced will be first to go. Are we right there?
We would be there, but we tried the interview again with Roland Sigrist.
So before we go down to the racing, let's hear more from Roland Sigrist. Does that work better there? No.
We make a short break because they need 10 minutes to test the line to Roland.
Okay, so I need hello and welcome each section. Cards. Okay.
Absolutely.
Great words, Christian, by the way.
Thank you very much, Nick.
I didn't realize I was going to be able to see you, which makes it a lot easier. And I need to move my position to figure out the zoom call to the camera lens to the monitor. But I've got it now. Thank you for your patience there.
Absolutely. So how many moderations do you do per year?
Too many. I work for Discovery and Eurosport on alpine skiing in the winter. World Rallycross in the summer. Delighted to be part of the CYBATHLON team. And also
an absolute win to have you.
And Wings for Life World Run, which is a similar event. Is also, but mainly all ski racing all winter long. So like everybody else in Switzerland, I'm in love with Marco Odermatt. And then that takes up most. And then World Rallycross is the other big one for the summer months. And then with CYBATHLON and Wings for Life World Run, that's pretty much... I also work for the FIS, the International Ski Federation, and do a lot of the clips for the FIS website on alpine skiing as well.
So a lot of fast-tracked sports.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
But this one I think is brilliant because I'm a big believer. I wouldn't want to sit here unless I had an expert analyst like yourself, because I think it brings... actual detail should come from you, and I want to hear more from our experts in this year's challenges, because they're all so good. I mean, especially yourself. You've been down there on the floor, in the heart of it, running the team, and to have you in the combox, on your knowledge as much as we can.
Are they building for another race, or are they changing the obstacle?
I'm not quite sure.
To make it a bit less predictive. I would have loved to be in person with you guys, and I just cannot yet.
Did you have a little operation or something? I heard.
I had a little surgery, and
yeah,
my employer might not be too happy to see me at work from anywhere else than from home, especially especially since I do not show up at work and say, okay, I'm not supposed to yet, and then I'm at CYBATHLON. Not a good idea.
No, yeah, I think this works quite well, to be honest. I think the technical guys have really got. They've really got it.
It became super professional in 2020. That it had to become, and I'm still impressed how Roland Siegrist and his team did that.
Yeah, no, Roland does a brilliant job.
Absolutely. But just to get a bit of feeling for the teams and have a little chat in the meantime, it would be absolutely precious to have some moments on the floor also.
Yes. No, I totally agree. Flo, are you there? What?
Reverse, and we
It's okay. I'll for Rob, leg and vision. Yeah, I can see Annie here. Annie. So where do I need? Here?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, but
I can hear Nick.
I mean, okay, then I think it's just an adjustment on the shot. I'll talk to it when I need to.
Yeah.
Right.
It's good. Yeah.
And then we lose this
No.
this big bar down the middle.
Edit einfach zusätzlich.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, no problem.
Hört er mich dann auch?
Das weiß ich nicht, dann ist
So we're about to go down to the floor and hear from one of the most experienced pilots possibly in CYBATHLON Challenges for 2023. It is Rolf Schock, very much the big favourite for the wheelchair race. Or is that Roland, or is that who?
It's me, Nick. It's Sandra.
I know.
Hi.
Sandra.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Sandra, tell us a little bit how your performance went today.
Well, it was quite hard because there's a lot of traffic on the track today. So, but I hope it will be better tomorrow. And I'm have good hope for the next race.
And of course, we all know that the Challenges concept is preparation for the big event in CYBATHLON 2024. Are you personally happy with your performance? Are you happy with the technology that you're working with? Is the team happy with the day here in Zurich?
Yes, we are. We are definitely very happy. Our devices worked perfectly well, and I'm really optimistic for 2024.
Sandra, you're doing a fantastic job. These interviews are always incredibly difficult when we don't know what we're talking about. But well done today, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Well, great to hear from Sandra there, loving every moment of her job on the floor.
I think that's just the same for everybody that's involved in CYBATHLON. Now, of course, it would be interesting to know what the teams think, what the most challenging obstacle is this time.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, Christian, that they don't want to give it away until maybe tomorrow afternoon around about 6 p.m. I think you've got more team experience than any of us, really. But what is the situation like with regards to sharing information with your opponents, technologically and from a sports tactic perspective?
I would say it's completely open. At least that's the philosophy that Enhanced has, and it has always been greeted with mutual openness by the other teams. And of course, this is a competition. Of course, every pilot wants to win this competition so badly, but at the end, it's also the pilot that makes the difference, and not really the machine. The machine, of course, has to work perfectly and has to offer solutions for all the obstacles. But it's the pilot on the track that makes the difference.
Great words, and as always, cooperation from the very beginning of CYBATHLON has been the key to our success. That brings us to the end of our rehearsal. I'd like to say a huge thank you for everybody involved, and congratulations to the winners of our wheelchair race.
At the CYBATHLON Challenges, the Vision Assistance Race. How do pilots using vision assistance devices manage to cope with obstacles and various tasks? Watch them perform in our live stream on CYBATHLON.com and find out who will become the very first winner of this new CYBATHLON discipline. The competition action starts at 4 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Don't miss this very special race. CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
CYBATHLON macht glücklich. 우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어줍니다.
Wir treten mit und gegeneinander an.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? CYBATHLON competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. CYBATHLON is all of that. Today's CYBATHLON Challenge is the second competition on the road to CYBATHLON 2024. Teams can use every challenge to prepare for CYBATHLON 2024 in the best possible way, step by step. The last CYBATHLON Challenge discipline today, the Vision Assistance Race. Teams will have to complete the following 2 tasks both correctly and as quickly as possible. In the Sidewalk Challenge, pilots must find their way around various objects that have been randomly placed on the course. The task is completed as soon as competitors cross the finish line and neither they nor their assistance robots have touched any object. The Serving Food Challenge entails transporting a soup bowl, a glass and a bottle from one table to another and to place them on the second table. Before moving the glass, competitors have to fill it with water from the bottle up to the mark. Neither soup nor water can be spilled. No items must fall to the floor. The task is completed as soon as all items are positioned correctly on the second table and pilots cross the finish line without having touched any of the red objects. Competitors have 2 attempts in 2 heats. The better attempt will count. Each correctly completed task earns competitors 10 points. Whoever scores the most points and clocks the fastest time wins the race.
So here we are, ready to go with one of the new disciplines for the CYBATHLON Challenges and for CYBATHLON 2024, the Vision Assistance Race. Now, I'm joined by Patrick Pfreundschuh. Patrick Pfreundschuh, who is an expert in CYBATHLON, not only as a team member, but also as a highly qualified roboticist, and much more to go with it. Patrick's going to be our expert commentator. First points from you, Patrick. This vision assistance race, it's one of the 2 new disciplines to CYBATHLON, and it promises to be something fascinating.
Yeah, I think it's visually probably maybe a bit less fascinating than the other disciplines because the persons can walk regularly, but if you think about it, that the person has to do the challenges without eyesight, you would think it's impossible. And I mean, it's impossible for them without the assistive devices, so it's going to be very interesting to see how the teams are solving those problems.
Yeah. Now, spatial orientation, personal mobility, these are all factors that people with vision issues in everyday life have to deal with. So the technology really can play a very important part, and we're going to see some technology that some people may be a little shocked with. It's certainly very different from that normal white stick that seems a little old-fashioned.
Definitely. Yeah, I think we will see one team with a kind of dog-like robot guiding the person, so kind of a digital guidance dog, and I'm sure we will also see lots of teams with wearable cameras, so a bit of a different approach to the problem. So it's going to be really exciting because there will be very different approaches how you can solve this and how you can give back the perceptual skills to the visual impaired person.
And of course, we have 2 teams that are using these CYBATHLON Challenges 2023 as part of their warm-up for CYBATHLON 2024 in October of next year. A Hungarian team here in Zurich, and we'll also be going over to Massachusetts in the United States of America. Here at the central hub for CYBATHLON, we're at the ETH of Zurich, Switzerland. Some fabulous pictures of the university complex here that has played such a pivotal part and role in the development of the CYBATHLON concept since 2016. Now let's take a look at this starting order. This is the Vision Assistant Race starting list. 2 teams, remember, Peter Suljok for iRider and Bill DeMeo in Massachusetts, USA, is the Flashlight team. Let's take a close look on the map at exactly where our competitors are coming from today. This is truly a global competition. Switzerland here with the Hungarian team, iRider, and team leader Christoph Karax, and then Bill DeMeo and the team in Massachusetts, in Amherst is the pronunciation of the city, USA. So let's go down to the competition floor. First, let's take a look at the iRider team from Hungary.
Hungary's iRider team will compete in the Zurich hub. The team and their pilot, Peter Suljok, are based in Budapest. The Faculty of Information, Technology and Bionics works in various areas of research. Its members focus, among other things, on improving assistive devices for visually impaired people, like iRider pilot Peter Suljok.
So we are ready to go with the first performance from iRider, the Hungarian team, and Peter Suljok is ready to start his competition. And there is the race. This looks very difficult indeed to me. To get up to the commentary box, we have to walk through the competition zone and floor, as you well know, Patrick. And it's one of the things that catches the eye. You think, ooh, now that is not an easy challenge at all.
I think for a person with eyesight, it's already challenging to walk through it without stumbling up on the obstacles. So definitely a challenging one.
Now let's obviously Peter's not there, is he? Let's talk a little bit about the actual challenge here. The first part of the event is called sidewalk.
Yeah.
So when walking in public, blind people are often confronted with physical objects, e-scooters that we'll see down there, left on the sidewalk, a tree branch, and this can lead to collisions and falls. So what is exactly are we looking for from the assistive technology here to make it possible to weave your way through that obstacle course?
So I think the most core technology behind that has to solve it is that the device has to understand where is a walkable area and what is an obstacle. And once this information is accomplished, the device has to think about, okay, how can I actually guide the pilot around the obstacles? So that's what we typically call path planning. And then, of course,
So here we go. Talk us through this as it unfolds, Patrick, because this is Peter Suljok making sure that he doesn't touch any of the obstacles. And then, of course, we're watching his speed as well. That's the competitive format, but talk us through more of the technical.
Yeah, so from the technical perspective, I think what's kind of challenging is that we have some obstacles that are not too far from the ground. Like, for example, the base of this scooter or also the transparent plastic bottles. Those are typically obstacles that are very hard to perceive from a technical perspective because they are fairly close to the ground, or they are transparent so the camera can see through it, which results in a bad sensor signal. So this is from a technical perspective already complicated, and then giving that information back to the user is also not very straightforward.
Now, of course, serving food is a challenge for blind people since plates and glasses must be kept horizontal to make sure that the contents aren't spilled when walking. This second challenge is very difficult to gain. But where is the technology playing its part, Patrick?
I think in this one it's a bit easier from the navigation perspective because there are less obstacles in the way. But then to not touch the actual cutlery, that's very hard because it's from the color it's very easy to perceive for a human being, but as for a visual impaired person to actually understand where the cutlery is without touching it, that's very challenging.
Well, both of the tasks have been achieved perfectly here by Peter. The team absolutely delighted, avoiding all of those obstacles. Then this is where you are trying to keep everything without spillage, without touching the cutlery as well. And Peter Suljok has had 2 10-point scores for completing both of the tasks. You can see it on the graphic screen as well with 2 green lights. And then it's the time that may be the make or break here with the American team. Next up, that is, of course, a flashlight. But that is a pretty impressive start under a real pressure situation here. So there is the target time for the flashlight team. Obviously, it's got to be an error-free performance across the 2 tasks. And the time has been set at 1.18 seconds, with the flashlight team from the United States of America next up.
The US team Flashlight will compete in Amherst, Massachusetts.
Hello, my name is Bill DeMayo. I'm 64 years old and live in Newington, Connecticut, in the United States of America.
Pilot Bill DeMayo and his team are based at the Dynamic and Autonomous Robotics System Lab at the University of Massachusetts.
I have retinitis pigmentosa and blind, and I have a guide dog named Lyric. I'm looking forward to the robotic competition, and I'm on the team Flashlight.
The team managed to integrate a robotic solution, a guide dog robot, to assist mobility and vision. The mobility and vision assistive system includes a robot, a wearable vest, and a feedback wristband.
Well, we've just got a slight delay from Massachusetts in the United States of America. Now, as a robotics expert sitting next to me in the commentary box, Patrick, this robot guide dog has got us all on the edge of our seats. Very exciting.
Yes.
Some almost space-age technology that we've brought to this Vision race. Tell us a little bit more about it, and you look as excited as I am here at the conference.
Yeah, so this is a quadrupedal robot that they use, and it's equipped with some depth sensors, as I can see from here, and also some regular color cameras, I guess. And it's very interesting because the pilot is already used to an actual guide dog, so I think it probably facilitates it for the robot dog to guide him, because the person is already known with the challenge of actually being guided by a quadrupedal dog. And then, of course, it's going to be very interesting to see, as they also have this vest with an additional camera, how they actually going to combine those two systems, as you have to co-locate them to make sense of the inputs that you get from both devices. So actually, they have split their whole system into multiple devices. First of all, the quadrupedal dog, the vest with the depth camera, and the feedback bands on the wrists of the person. So this already is a challenge to kind of synchronize all those three devices into one system that communicates with each other.
Now, the owner of the dog, the robotic dog, has also got to learn a set of new skills as well. Talk us about how Bill DeMeo, who works with a traditional normal guide dog, will have had to adapt his approach and his learnings to be able to work with the new robotic dog.
So I think what will be very different is that when working with the actual dog, there's a learning from both sides, right? The pilot can learn how to be guided by the dog, but also the dog can easily learn how the human actually responds to that. And with this system, it's more the human actually adapting to the dog, because I assume that the dog will not adapt so much to the feedback of the pilot. So this is going to be different from the real dog, I assume.
Let's talk a little bit about the obstacles that have been set out on the course here. Obviously, the robot can't touch the obstacles, nor can Bill, who will be holding on to that robotic. They're just making sure that they've got each and every one of the obstacles in the right position. This becomes a very difficult test in its own right.
Yeah, I mean, there's this transparent pet bottle in the beginning. We cannot even properly see it here on camera, so also the dog will not be able to see it properly on camera. So this is probably going to be one of the toughest obstacles that's standing around there, also because it's very close to the start. And then in general, the passages that go through it are quite narrow, so there's little margin for errors without bumping into something.
The robot, through sensors, can see which route and pathway that it has to take. But then it has a dual task of then letting Bill know that he needs to follow it in a certain manner, direction, tempo and speed.
Exactly. It's a little bit like you have to think like you have if you're driving around in the streets with a very small car, or if you're driving around with a truck. And with the dog, you basically have two systems walking behind each other. First of all, the dog, and then the human. So that complicates the planning, because you have to plan a path where first the dog will go through, but that is also keeping in mind the fact that the person might not go exactly the same path, but might deviate from it slightly. So I assume they incorporate this into their planning system, but that makes it, of course, much more challenging.
Oh, well, this is a fascinating slight delay here. Please stay with us. We're getting news and information that everything is looking good to go. I think the pressure's definitely been put on by the first team, iRider, who made it look so easy. But let's, as we've discussed, that spatial orientation, the mobility, the smart vision, assistive technology is all key here. Yeah, obviously, Patrick, you know more about that than I do. Is that the key to success in CYBATHLON Challenges?
I have no clue what that is.
Or is that a bit of squiggle left over?
I guess it's some very smart stuff, but I cannot relate it to the challenge directly.
Yeah, that is a classic scientist's board, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
It means an awful lot to one person, but not a lot to us. Now, we're still waiting patiently here in Massachusetts to see if Flashlight can finally get their rehearsal and their challenge underway.
So yeah, because this is one pass.
Now, I know this is only a rehearsal, but I really want to see this robot dog take on this task and challenge. This is one of 2 new disciplines at CYBATHLON Challenges 2023, which will be carried forward into our 3rd official CYBATHLON event of 2024 in October of next year. And this robotic guide dog is hopefully going to jump into action.
Yeah, but hopefully not jump too much, because if it's jumping while the person is actually carrying the tray with the soup and the glass, then the person, like the pilot, will probably spill it. So that's also going to be very interesting to see how the dog behaves while guiding him to the table, because if the dog walks too fast and the pilot is not prepared for this, it will be like an impact, and then he might spill the stuff. So they have to keep to stay in the right distance and be very well coordinated for the pilot to nicely follow the path smoothly without spilling the stuff.
Patrick, I have a very technical question for you right now.
Of course.
If I'm a guide dog and you're a robot guide dog, should I be worried about losing my job? Or do you think that the guide dog, the traditional guide dog, which is such a brilliant organisation, has done so many fantastic things, will have to take a step backwards to let modern technology forwards? What is the difference between a robot guide dog and those beautiful dogs that we've seen for many years?
I think at least for the next 3 or 4 years, the actual guide dog has not to be afraid to lose his job.
Yep, good.
But I mean, the guide dogs are doing an amazing job, because a lot of the challenges that the blind person has to solve, actually the guide dog itself has to solve as well, right? Like the guide dog also does not want to run into the bottle or into the scooter, so it kind of comes naturally for them to go around those obstacles. For a robot, the robot itself as a machine does not care if it crashes into something, so you have to give it some skills and knowledge. So in that sense, I think just by natural evolution, the guide dog has a big advantage. But then on the other hand, the robot guide dog has the benefit that we program the robot guide dog, so we have a very clear way of communicating with the guide dog, while with an actual guide dog we don't have this direct way of communicating. We can train it, but this is more by giving him incentives to behave a certain way. But with the robot guide dog, we can explicitly make him do things, which is a bit harder with an actual dog.
It's fascinating, really. The whole concept of CYBATHLON is to help people with disabilities. But could this robot guide dog become a robot guard dog? Could it become a robot dog in many other areas as well, based on the programming that you're referring to?
I wouldn't go as far as saying this. I think there are certain things that are very hard to give him as a skill, even the dog has like a natural feeling for when things might be off, and this will be very hard to give this skill to the robot dog, or also to kind of negotiate to see if a person is approaching you, to understand, will the person go away or should I go away? I think this is a skill that dogs are really good at. While with the robot dog, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it will take a lot of training or testing to understand this from a robot perspective.
Well, our apologies for the delay. This is Bill DeMeo with the blindfold on as well, to make sure that there is absolutely no way Bill can see. His only pathway is by the guidance of the robot dog. We'll watch that screen just to the top right of your screen. It'll count down from 30 seconds. And then Bill will take on the first part of the challenge. We've called it Sidewalk. And in this task, the pilot negotiates a set of obstacles, literally obstructing his path. They must negotiate all of these obstacles and randomly take or find the space. So the countdown has now begun, and we're counting down from 28 seconds. Now, this is going to be very interesting indeed.
Should I count it out loud, or can you hear it on the screen somewhere?
You can count it out loud.
14, 13, 12...
So we can also see that there seem to be some buttons or something on the handle for the dog, so the pilot also has a way to communicate to the dog.
Here we go, 5 seconds and counting. The robot dog and Bill DeMeo from Flashlight, Massachusetts, USA.
Here we go.
Oh, and listen, first, listen. Bill knows by that tempo, almost like a beat of a drum, that the robot dog is taking him the right way.
So they already passed the transparent bottle, so one of the most challenging obstacles.
You can just see it there, can't we, Patrick, on the left of your screen now. So difficult to spot on the white floor.
And now the robot realized, oh, there's a bin in front of me, I should turn right.
Oh,
now they're...
Look at this, look at... Oh, no! Well, there was a little reverse there from the robot, which put Bill, the pilot, into the wheel of the scooter.
And of course, this is a very challenging scenario now, because at the point where the pilot was walking into the scooter, the pilot was outside of the field of view of the robot, and so was the scooter. So it's very hard for the robot to actually understand that the person might run into the scooter. And then also we have the table in front of it, so the robot sees the table as an obstacle. So it's a very narrow passage to actually make both of them fit through it, the pilot and the dog.
So no points are scored. You see their graphic above Bill DeMeo's name has gone red. And the pathway between the scooter, the dustbin, to the table to start the second task seems to have got the better of the robot dog. I can hear guide dogs around the world going, ooh, that's really good news.
They are relieved.
I really can, because they're safe, there's no question. But this is a fascinating piece of technology.
Yeah, I think up to this point it looked great.
And I like the audio.
Yeah.
I really like the audio, because people know that you're coming, and also the pilot can work with that.
Exactly. And also, like, that's an additional information of how the robot is placed next to you just from the sound. I mean, he has the handle, but still it also helps to give like a redundant signal, I think.
Would you count it down? Do I do it at 10 seconds or 1?
For now, 1.
Sure, yes.
I'm also loving the communication between the team out there. They're working well together. It hasn't gone the way they'd hoped. It's rehearsal day today. It's game day tomorrow. But here they go. Let's have a close look now at the second part. It's called serving food. The pilots must place a drink and a soup plate at the correct location of the table near the finish line. Once they have emptied the contents of the bottle, you can clearly see that now, very close to Bill. But the robot dog is going to have to come around the table to put Bill in the correct position.
Yes, also I'm curious how where they're gonna put the handle, because the pilot definitely has to use both hands to transport the tray, so he cannot keep the handle in his hand. I think in the video we saw something that they have like a special belt where he's gonna put the handle, but we will see how it goes.
And now, Patrick, it looks like there's a technical issue.
Yeah, it seems like they lost communication to the robot, or like he cannot get the robot walking.
I'm not sure what they want me to do.
Should we just move on to the flying task? Yeah.
No.
Are we allowed to?
There's a technical problem here, that's clear to see.
For Basla.
Now, I'm not going to go with the obvious jokes here, Patrick, where sometimes if you give a dog a little treat, he'll be better behaved.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to figure out which treats this little dog will like.
Yeah. Team keeps its calm, team keeps its cool.
Anna, just so I'm not looking through for the rules right now.
we're having
He's
a
listening.
technical
The Dogbot has
difficulty with the
awakened.
robot.
So this
But
Dogbot, which is...
I am not allowed to. Can we bring the pilot to the table?
Let me check. We have our head referee, Michelangelo, are you here? Can you hear question?
So there's a 4-minute timing on this, so if this were the race rather than the rehearsal today, the 4-minute clock would have gone. And
Yeah,
it would have
also
been
in the
the
final.
perfect score.
Also, I think in the final race, there's no, except of the pilot, nobody is allowed to interact with the team. So it has to be kind of an independent unit between the pilot and the device.
Sure, we can
So
answer
external
that
help would not be allowed. But that's what the rehearsal is for, right?
Yes, absolutely.
It's not defined, so it's fine.
I think we're just all holding on here just to see how the robot dog,
The next question
robot
is
dog
that the robot
takes
is,
Bill to the first part
having
of
a
the
technical difficulty at the moment.
challenge.
And can we bring the pilot to the table?
Excuse me.
Actually not that, but the team official can accompany the pilot to the line, so you can also accompany him in front of the table, behind the line.
Okay.
So that would be fine in that sense.
Okay.
So if something like that happens,
So we're continuing the test without the robot?
you can go in front of the behind the table, behind the lines, with both device and pilot. In that case.
Well, I think it's fair to say that what started off so impressively, Patrick, I was taken aback for the first few minutes,
And now
but then the
robot
table
became-
seemed to confuse
Exactly.
the robot.
The robot detected the table as an obstacle, which is kind of correct because the robot dog should not walk into the table, neither should the pilot. But then it decided it went a little bit too far and it has to kind of step back to reorient. And as the pilot was not aware of the obstacles that are around him, as he has no information about this, he just followed the dog by stepping back. He touched the scooter.
Well, some fantastic pictures from the University of Massachusetts, but Flashlight unable to get their tech working for this rehearsal, which means that the Hungarian team have taken, that's iRider, have won. And let's go down and hear from the iRider pilot, Peter Sulyuk. Peter, congratulations. Fantastic performance. First and foremost, we were all very excited by the robot dog from America. But your technology today has proved to be a CYBATHLON Challenge winner. Tell us how the competition was for you and how happy were you with your technology today? Peter, congratulations on your winning performance today. Hopefully you can hear me now. Talk us through how the performance went for you and most importantly, how the partnership with your technology brought you the successful win today.
And the race went as planned, so we were trying out how it should go tomorrow. And no mistakes happened. And I don't know how long I took to finish the race. I have no idea, but apparently I won. And it was just great. Great run. Yeah.
Peter, thank you very much. Once again, congratulations on your victory in the Vision Assistant race. Well, as promised, CYBATHLON 2023 is the stepping stone to the big event of 2024. But we've seen some remarkable technology in this Vision race, and the robot dog, most definitely the star of the show, even though he wasn't the winner.
tasks such as clearing hurdles and climbing ladders. Watch them perform in our live stream on CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things. CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots 24 in the best possible way, step by step. CYBATHLON competitions include
gegeneinander.
Still to come at the CYBATHLON Challenges. Still to come at the CYBATHLON Challenges. CYBATHLON 2024, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, an international competition with and for people with
Eigentlich war es ganz ein normaler Tag.
Bis ich mit extrem viel Schwung
die schwarze Piste runtergefahren bin.
Ja, einfach
Eigentlich haben ich und mein Freund so ein gutes Gefühl an diesem Tag.
Ich bin einfach die Passstrasse drauf gefahren.
Auf einmal ist ihm der TÜV in einer Kurve weggerutscht.
Die Sonne hat mich geblendet und plötzlich liegt sie vor mir.
Und dann hat es meinen Rücken voll verwünscht.
Es kann jeden treffen. Wir helfen Querschnittgelähmten zurück ins Leben. Im Ernstfall auch Ihnen.
Aachen team Autok and their pilot Florian Ernst will compete in Zurich. The Ability team sent by the Eastern Switzerland University of Applied Sciences in Rapperswil will compete in Zurich. They can rely on their very experienced and successful pilot. Each module. The team and their pilot Peter Suljok are based in Budapest.
Hello, my name is Bill DeMayo. I'm 64 years old and live in Newington, Connecticut, in the United States of America.
Pilot Bill DeMayo and his team are based at the Dynamic and Autonomous Robotic System Lab at the University of Massachusetts.
Weg, 30 Sekunden.
Lüg mich nicht an. Gar nichts ist gut.
Ist nicht gut, nein.
Überhaupt nicht.
Wieso nicht? Was ist denn?
Ja, ich muss da noch einen Test machen, weil das...
So, Hans, hörst du mich jetzt?
Weil es irgendwie... Wenn alle, weißt, alle Zoom-Calls am Computer noch testen mit mir da oben. Ist vielleicht je nachdem ein bisschen einfacher, wenn einer nicht nur Englisch redet.
Jetzt hättest du noch mal etwas?
Davon aus, dass mich da nicht jemand hört und oder auch nicht.
Thomas von Hans, hörst du mich? Nein, aber ich muss schon schauen, das ist mein Problem da. Also ich habe den Finger voll drauf. Okay, Greg, kannst du mal was auf N-1, also auf den Restream schicken?
Also jetzt hat der Greg gerade die Musik rausgenommen, bin ich jetzt irgendwie sinnlos etwas am Zusammenwürfeln. Wie sieht denn das aus? Wo gehen wir heute Abend? Wieder das gleiche Ort essen? Oder haben wir uns andere Oasen ausgesucht? Hast du jetzt etwas gehört, Thomas?
The Ability Team sent by the Eastern Switzerland University of Applied
Also du hörst...
So, jetzt höre ich dich, ja. Das ist noch falsch eingestellt gewesen. Hörst du mich jetzt? Ja, ich höre dich jetzt auch, Hans. Tipptopp, das ist bei mir ein Fehler gewesen. Du hörst mich auch, ja, Hans? Gut, warte. So, Greg für Thomas, hörst du mit? Ein Bau und Olafsson.
Also Thomas, dann hörst du mich jetzt da drauf oder ist das immer noch mit mir selber geredet?
Ich höre dich aber einfach weiter weg, irgendwie wie du das falsche Headset anhältst.
Ich habe das andere ist sogar gar nicht eingestellt. Das wäre jetzt das zweite Headset. Ist das jetzt besser? Das wäre das Headset B. Jetzt habe ich das A noch ausgestellt, jetzt ist es nur das B. Und wenn ich jetzt A wieder einschalte, solltest du eigentlich auf beiden Headset Ton haben von mir. Oder ist das...
Ja, ich höre dich laut und deutlich. Jetzt, der Greg ist noch nicht zufrieden mit der Soundqualität. Ich hole mal ein Headset.
Ja, meinst du, es liegt am Headset
ist immer noch verzerrt? Nein, okay. Ist immer noch verzerrt, Greg? Darf ich schnell dein Headset ausleihen? Okay. Alles gut. Ja, ich los nicht. Das ist der ganze Bitus. Nein, ich muss jetzt bei dem testen. Ja, nein, wie es ist mit Pegeln, mit Zerren und so. Ja, also ist der zu viel, oder was? Ja, okay. den Hans für Thomas, kannst du den Lautstärke ein bisschen zurückdrehen an deinem Laptop? Ja, doch, geht schon. Und nicht so, Mike tut nicht so fest schnaufen. Eins, zwei, drei. Gut, 1, 2, 3, Test. Ja, es war toll und ich freue mich und...
1, 2, 3, Test.
Ja. Absolut, laut und deutlich. Also ich habe noch Original-Sound von Musicians eingeschalten. Gut. Okay. Also auf beiden Hosts. So. Aber wenn jetzt ein Laptop ins Meeting kommt, der das nicht hat, ich habe es eigentlich schon, ja, aber na, vergiss den. Das müssen wir lösen. Ich gebe dir total recht, aber das ist unmöglich. Wenn Sie schon nicht schaffen, ein iPhone. Was ich noch anbieten könnte, wäre einfach ein Headset zu nehmen. Soll ich das mal testen? Ja, warte mal.
Das ist viel besser. Ja, was meinst du, Greg? Eins, zwei, drei, Test.
Jetzt ist der Thomas extrem leise. Kann man den noch ein bisschen lauter machen?
1, 2, 3, Test. So, 1, 2, 3, Test.
Oh, jetzt ist super. Jetzt höre ich Thomas Ivan frei.
Ist jetzt gut?
Jetzt ist es Träumli.
Jetzt höre ich dich. Jetzt höre ich noch etwas im Fostex.
Also, ich rede jetzt auf beiden, auf A und B gleichzeitig. Soll ich mal einen ausmachen?
Ja, wegschmeißen. Aber wie ist das wegen dem Headset? Ja, wir sind eigentlich noch am Testen. Wegen, stört so fest? Ah ja, aber es hat einen anderen Platz, oder? Und nicht auf der Venue. Ja, du kannst den Fostex killen. Wie ist jetzt die Soundqualität? Müssen wir überall Headsets haben? 1, 2, 3, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, herzlich willkommen zu diesem Test.
Und da willkommen zurück im Studio, live da aus Winterthur. Sollte der Test wunderbar sein. Ich habe Lust auf ein Cordon Bleu. Gehen wir dann wieder in den gleichen Laden?
Also mit Headsets. Ja, dann organisieren wir morgen die Headsets, hä? Okay. Ja, so. 1, 2, 3. Test. Da sind Sie so. Ja, Zoom. 1, 2, 3, Test. Gut, dann machen wir das so. Hä? Ja, okay. Dann machen wir noch dein Monitoring und dann ist Schicht. Hä?